All right, let's see how we do here. Looks like everything's just fine. Looks like we got everything running on the YouTube. Nice, nice, very nice. All right, ladies and gentlemen. So today is a brand new day. It is a brand new day in which we are going to be playing some more Desynced. Um, really enjoying this game, and every time I sit down and play it, I learn so much more. Now, our base hasn't really changed in a while, and that's probably going to continue to be the case. Um, because we're working on doing some automations and stuff. So I learned some interesting things last night. If we take a peek here in our little loop, we're sending this out on a radio transmission. And so that's our data going out. But then if we take a look, I think it's this one. Nope. Maybe it's this one. Nope, that's the one I already clicked. That's right, it's a worker. So if we take a look here, we actually have created a memory thing here that takes in that radio signal and then sets up a memory list for all of our bits of ore across the map. And lets us know these have more than 10,000 resources. And so this stores the type of ore that it is, as well as its coordinate location. And so now I can use that information anytime I want to. I didn't know that this existed yesterday, but this is great. So your array is actually a list of lists in this game. And so when you open this up, you'll see right now I've just got the one list, which is just these minables. But we're also going to set up a list for enemies. We're going to almost take clear all right there. We're going to set up a list for enemies. We're going to do all kinds of stuff. Now we can also make this list persist. We can keep memory arrays until the behavior is switched. So until I change the behavior that I'm using here completely, not just alter it, but completely change which behavior is loaded, then this memory array will stay loaded. And so that's really important. Because since I'm using an external array or an external behavior controller that can be moved to other units, I can move that array because that array is attached to this unit. And so to this behavior controller, not to the unit itself. And so I can like give this behavior controller to this worker and it'll be able to read that array right off of there, which is interesting and might have some serious implications. I'm not 100% sure yet, but it might have. So, yeah, we got some interesting stuff going on. What in the fudge knockers? Get the hell out of my base, dude. You think you could just roll up into my base and I'm not going to feel some kind of way about that? Come on now. So now that we have some control over our arrays, we want to start doing a better job of mapping things. So let's take a look at our radar input here. So we are constantly looping and we're going through all of the materials in range, which takes a while. So I don't know if I want to loop. Something else we need to do is we need to set this component back to nothing after it sends out its data. But I don't know if I want to that would probably require a wait. Yeah, I don't know if I want to send out on the same transmitter on a different radio band. I don't know if I want to use a different behavior controller. I don't know exactly how I want to go through looping the rest of the units to like map, enemies and all that other stuff. Because we need to map a lot of things. It's not just it's not just resources, although I think resources is good for now. We want to start off early mapping, bugs and stuff like that, enemy factions, anything like that, so that we know what we can do. Man, that's so much. There's going to be a lot. So we're getting these really small pieces figured out right now. But there's going to be a lot of like if-then logic to figure out what to do at any given point. It's going to be massive. Just a massive, massive undertaking. We also found out that pretty early on in the game, you can make these little transporters. Let's see if I can find them. Here they are, nanobots. You can get portable transporters, and you can put these portable transporters in any building, and then that building will be able to automatically transport things next to it. And then once you get beacons, which is the first of the advanced, nope. Where's beacons at? Oh, beacons are even earlier. Okay. So beacons can do that same thing, but like all around themselves. So you can actually get to this fairly quickly. And as soon as we get here, as soon as we get to that point, we can really make a lot of cool shit happen. I've got some bullshit thing running on my stupid computer, fucking up all my shit. God, Windows is such a pain in the ass. Such a pain. Yes. All right, there we go. There's something about my mute button was getting jacked up. I had to make it happen again. Yeah, so really, really early, we can start getting some of those good things. We can't set up radio transmitters until this advanced logistics stage. What we can do is we can set up signals. Because you can read signals from a unit from anywhere. So because we're only going to have one scout unit in the early game, one of the things we're going to want to do here is we're going to set up a signal watch. And we're going to set up that signal watch. We're going to set up that signal watch to watch that specific unit. How should we do that? Because I don't want this to stay permanent. I want the signal watch to add to the memory until we get to the point where we're using the radio transmitter. But I don't want, maybe I just don't need to do, no, I need to do the exploration because we need those blue little jobbers. Did my stream die? Oh, looks like we're fine. So maybe, I don't know, maybe we just wait. We'll just run the scout until it gets a transmitter. And then once it has a transmitter, it'll be fine. I don't know. So one of the next things we need to do is we need to take the... We need to take this information and do something with it. And so I think the best way to do that is probably... The best way to do that is going to be another radio event. So we're going to pull another radio event. So this is great. Radio events are so fucking good. But this one, we want to execute on this data. And so we want this radio event to come in on a different band. Let's call it resource. So we want mineable resource band 1 is going to be the band. So that's going to be our ID is mineable resources for this memory thing, but it's also going to be our band for this broadcast. And whenever we get a band on this broadcast, we're going to use that signal. And what we're going to do with it is a couple of things. First, let's see. Can I find the source of a signal? Right, when something sends out an event on the band, I wonder if I can find any sources. So one thing you can do is you can loop signals. So what if we loop a signal and we're looking to match this signal, and that's how we find our unit, right? So they send out a resource that they need, and then we match and find out which unit is sending out that signal. Now, if we're going to use signal for that, then we have to be really careful, and we have to make sure that our signal registers are constantly being cleaned. Because otherwise we're going to start bumping into situations where we're constantly reading signals that don't need to be acted on anymore. And that could be a little bad. We also can just break this. We don't need any of that anymore. This was just for me to be able to show myself what was going on. So we can delete that. So we pulled in some information off of this radio event. And then we try and identify where the unit is based on that signal. And so there's a reason that we want to do that. Needs to be an exact match for the signal that they sent out. And what they'll send out is just a resource that they need. And maybe even a number of that resource. And so that's what we're going to pull in. And then we're going to send out. We're going to look for that unit based on that signal, which is great because if it's an exact match, that could actually be really useful. Because even if, so even if we run into the fact where we've got signals looking for different stuff, this should help us figure that out. So we'll pull this signal in, and then we'll trigger to search for that unit. And when we're searching for that unit, we will we'll need the unit's coordinates. So we'll get the unit off of there. The signal we don't need another reference to because we already have the reference. But that's fine. Because it's going to broadcast the same thing over the radio event as it does over the signal. The reason this is more important is I could loop signals, or I could be watching signals all the time. I could even have them set to a bunch of different parameters. But if I did that, then I would specifically have to set up a new parameter for every single building that I wanted to watch out for. And then I'd have to bring their signal into a parameter all the time. And I just have to be looping through that logic, waiting for the signal to change. This way, it's an event. And so they ping me saying, hey, I'm short on this resource. And then I get their location. And the reason I want their location is because I'm going to want to do two things. I'm going to want to send people to go mine, right? I'm going to want to send miners to go mine. Then I'm also going to want to know what the closest resource of this type to this location is, right? Because the person who's controlling all of this worker, might not be at the same base even. And so I need the location of that resource. And then Okay. So what's the next little bit of this? So how are we going to be deciding? This has a range, so we can't loop the units here because we need all of the units. Is there any way that I can have like a register of units? Hmm. It's the closest visible unit matching the filter. Okay, that's only the closest unit here. What if what if I create something that my minor leadership units can be also listening on this band? And so when hmm, so when that signal came in, they might also be able to do something. Because really the thing that I need to find is the resource. Okay, so maybe I set up on a faction register. Hmm. But I only want like one. Okay, so there's a couple of things I'm going to want to loop through here. And I think I understand how I'm going to want to do this. So, not a memory remove. So, what I want to do is I'm going to put radio events on all my miners as well that are listening to this same miner band. And what's going to happen is the building that needs the resources is going to trigger this signal, and then the miners are going to just send out a signal that basically says like, hey, I'm available. So we're going to loop the signals until we find the structure that is looking for the resource and we can get its location. And then we're also going to loop all the signals of all of those miner bots, and we're going to compare those two locations, and we're going to pick the mining unit that is the closest to the structure. And then we're going to loop through our index of all of our mining locations, and we're going to pull out the resource that is also the closest. And then we're going to send those miners back to that location. And then we need to find a way to get everybody to turn their signals off. And I might have to use another radio transmission for that. Unless I can act on these signals. Let's see actually. Can I remote set component remotely? Can I set the signal? I can. The value we want to set is there. Okay, boom. So as soon as we're looping through, we'll be turning off all the signals. So we're looping signals looking for this one. If we find this one, then we're going to continue. Right? So this won't act on signals that are not exactly this. And then we kill that signal. That makes sense. Oh, that's weird. This is trying to set to my signal. Hang on. Because this is pulling the data. It says read from base register signal. And I don't want that. I want it to set to this unit's base register, not to this unit's base register. Well, these are all read froms. So you can't set the signals of another. That seems off. Gotta be a way to do that, right? Because I just want to turn the signal off. And I'm gonna want to do the same thing to all of the miner bots. And I'm going to want to do that regardless of whether or not they're the one that I want to use. So we need to find a way to do this. How do we tell it to set its signal? Interesting. Because I don't want to do this on a timer, right? If you set it up where the container that's asking for the resource turns off its own signal based on a timer, then that's just going to get messy. No, I can set the value of its radio transmitter to whatever I want. So basically, I can acknowledge, and this is actually something we need to do up here as well, is I get this radio event in, I get this signal, and then I want to acknowledge that. And the first thing I want to do is actually turn off that radio signal so that it's not just constantly pinging out. So let's go ahead and let's do set component remotely. And we're going to pick the unit. Ah, shit. Yeah, we don't know what unit sends this signal, do we? So we'd have to do the whole signal thing again. And then we'd be stuck in the same situation where we have these signals fucking pinging all over the place. Yeah, I really need a way to backtrace that effectively. I mean, I guess this loop signal thing can be a way to backtrace that. But I'd like something a little more consistent, a little less prone to possible problems. Because you can get a parameter event, right? You get a parameter event. Oh, these are only on parameters, though. God damn. Yo, it is hard to make coherent stuff happen here. Managing data, managing information is definitely going to be the most complicated part of this. Because it's super easy to get a bit of data and then say, okay, go here. But it's really, really hard to not allow that data to eventually corrupt your system. And it's really, really hard not to preserve, or it's really hard to preserve that data, and not just be resetting variables and stuff every time. So let's see here. So we get our radio event in. When it transmits the radio event, it also sets its signal. So we loop the signals so that we can identify what got here, what came and let us know. So the first thing we're going to want to do is as soon as we actually get as soon as we identify the unit here, we are going to want to go ahead and set the transmitter. I believe it's transmitter parameter 1 to a null value. Let me go double check. Because we're setting our own component. Nope. It's transmitter value 2. I wonder... if maybe I should set both. Because I wonder if transmitting a null value would have an effect. Like, is my worker gonna act on that null value? Let's see. Okay, it doesn't look like it. So I can just go to a null value there. So this is a 2. So we set that value to a null, and that means that transmission will stop as soon as we find that unit. And that's good. And then if we fail, I guess we go back to the loop, because that'll mean that we found the wrong unit. So that'll be good too. And then if we succeed, we want to act on this data. Maybe? Because we don't just want to loop through these. We also want to loop through our memory. And we also want to loop through another set of signals, looking for a different identifier. And that other identifier is actually going to need to be derived from this one. We are going to want to compare. Can we not compare? Can we compare number? Shit. Can we not compare location or coordinates? Fuck. Combine coordinate, random coordinate, separate coordinate. I guess we could separate the coordinates and then compare number for the X and Y. Yeah, that's a lot of fucking steps. What about is inside logistic network? There's a way to check if something is in the same network. Is same grid. So this could potentially work for us. There is one problem here. So I intend to not use large grids. And I intend to kind of keep things fairly modular. But if for some reason a resource or a storage location doesn't have a team with its same grid, then I would never be able to get resources for that area. So if those things were destroyed or anything like that, then we wouldn't be able I guess in that event, I could craft more of those units and then send them to that grid. Because that would mean that they had been destroyed or something like that, and they needed to be replaced. That's not necessarily terrible. Goodness, this is rough. It's fairly easy to see what you want to happen, right? The steps that you want things to go through. But it's very difficult to find the proper way to get the computer to step through those steps. I also feel like I want to set this component. I want to set both parts of this component. So we're going to take this back to 1. And we're going to set the signal that it's sending out to null. And we're going to set the value. We're going to set the band to null. And we're going to set the value to null. And when I go back in to the other one, then I'll have it set the band and then the value when it sends out a signal. Because I don't want to deal with that. So let's see. How do we break apart this signal? We want to break apart the signal before we loop the signal. So we're going to separate this register. And so it should have X and Y coordinates, as well as a unit type. So X and Y coordinates and the unit type. You know what? We're thinking about doing a bunch of comparisons and getting all these folks to, we're still going to need to do this. But instead of looping a bunch of these bots, I'll make sure I'll do this same grid check on the gather robots. Okay, and so that way I don't have to worry. So I don't even have to identify. Hang on. Okay. Okay. Hang on. I don't even actually have to identify the bot or the location because I can do that on the gather bots. So I send out that signal, right, that resource request signal on the resource band. And then is there like a mining? So then maybe we bring in on a can loop band. I like that. So on a can loop band, we pull in just the resource, right? We break that signal apart from, well, actually they'll be sending out, so we'll just need the signal because they'll be. Okay, so the way I'm going to step through this is I'm going to get the storage facility to send out a radio event for mineable resources saying, hey, I need this. And all of the miners in the whole map are going to listen for that signal. And then they're going to check to see if they're on the same network as that storage structure. If they are on the same network, then they'll ping the array, right? Because this is just the map. And this character specifically is going to be doing all the mapping. And so they'll ping this creature or this mapper with an event saying, hey, I'm about to go gather this resource. Identify the resource closest to me. And let me know so I can go get it. I like that. So then we need to identify the person who sent this still. So we still need to set up the signal thing. Man, this is complicated as shit. Holy cow. Kind of losing my mind here. I also have like all the ick in my throat today. I cannot fucking talk right now. Black. I hate it. All right. So let's see here. What do we have that we can look at? So we need to loop all signals. We need to match exactly whatever this signal is, whatever that unit is. We're going to do shit to them. So when we find that unit, we're then going to loop memory. And the ID we're going to use is mineable resources. I almost Okay. So they're going to be sending me this info. This is a deposit. And when I pick, hang on. When I pick this, okay. So what I need to do is I need to use the deposits as the signals. But it's not going to be the same deposit exactly. So hopefully I can use match, and that'll be good enough. Because we're going to use this signal to compare. So we're going to want to compare units. I hope we're going to want to compare units. We might be comparing registers, but we're going to take the value of this. Yeah, it's definitely going to be registers, not units. So we're going to take the value of that versus the signal we received. And if they're equal, we're going to send the bot to go mine that. And if they're different, we're going to keep looping. There is no break. Oh, yeah, there is. Break out of a loop. Dope. Okay. So if we find that, we want to set remotely set component remotely of the unit that we found. We want to set the value to this, and we want to set that to its miner rig. This is going to get... Okay. So here's the problem, is we don't know exactly what rigs. And we can't loop remote components. We can only loop the components on this. So the only way we'll be able to do that is we'll have to check every kind of miner. So if it has a miner, then we can do this. If it has... So if it has a miner, then we carry on. If we fail, we check as component, and we check for a different type of miner. And all of these need to be this unit. And then this one will be a different miner, a laser mining tool. And if that's correct, then we go there. Those are the only two types of mining tools I think I have access to right this moment. Okay, cool. So if you have those mining, if you have one of those two mining tools, then we'll continue. We'll set your mining component. Shit. Okay. So we need two differents. Hang on. So if we succeed, we're good. Okay, motherfucker. All right. So if we succeed, we want to use this same component. So whichever mining component we're checking, we use. And then, so we set the remote component of the unit to the value of the resource we found. And then they go mine that resource. And if it succeeds, great. We just need to break it. So we're just breaking out of the loop because we're done, whether it's failed or succeeded. If it fails, we break just as sort of a precaution. Because there aren't going to be any solutions in the code. So this should take information in from a mining bot. And that mining bot is going to send a signal for a type of resource node it's looking for. And when it gets that signal, or when it sends that signal, we're going to loop through all of the bots that have that signal posted. And we're going to identify, because we only want one bot really to be sending this signal at a time. So it's going to send the signal. We're going to find it by looping the signals, because it's going to set its signal location. I wish there was an easier way to identify where the radio event was coming from. Right? That'd be way better. If I could break this apart and it was like also, I wonder if that's what it is. Let's save. Let's go out. Let's go to our scout, because our scout's got a transmitter. And when we transmit, allows remote transmission of logic to receiver components. Yeah, I don't think this is a two-way street. I don't think the transmitter tells the receiver who it is. Unfortunately. I don't think I told it to set the first part. Hang on. So it's gonna set 1, 2, R1. And now, perfect. Nope. And now when something receives that signal, it'll set it back. Fuck a duck. Okay, I think that's accurate, right? Hopefully we only get one match at any given time. That'll be nice. Right? And then we should set we want to set the transmitter back to off. So we're going to set component remotely. We're going to set the unit is the unit we just found. The value is null. And the component is going to be transmitter 1. And then we're going to duplicate that, and we're going to set transmitter 2 also to null. And the reason we want to do that is as soon as we receive this, we want to send that out and stop these. And so the way we're going to handle the way we're going to handle our mining is when we set this data to tell it to go mine something, we're going to use that opportunity to kill our signal. Since we can't set our signal register, we want to use the fact that we're setting these components to be the way this goes. Now, the other thing I want to look at is on our engineers, we have our miners. So this is the deposit it's going after, and this is the resource it's going after. So I want to set number 2. Let's deposit some of this. And let's clear these values. So I can click. Oh, this is a read-only register. Interesting. So can I only set? Okay. That's a pick of a specific ore. But what about setting? Okay. Now it says getting a specific deposit. But then it changes and decides to do just metal ore in general. I don't really understand. But if I can set this to a specific node, that's fine. We can deal with that. No problemo. And then we'll just cancel that because we're going to use that. As a something in a second here. Okay. Cool. This is my actual, no, it's not. Okay, so this worker can remove that register. I just need it on this worker. Because this worker is going to be my brain. And we're going to clear the value of the storage location and all that. Don't need none of that info. Okay, so we've got our little engineer here. Our engineer is going to receive information and transmit information. So he's going to need a transmitter. So we're going to need to make one. I think radio transmitters are going to be way more important than I've been led to believe by some folks. But we're going to get ourselves a radio transmitter here so that we can set these values so that we can send out transmissions. And the way this is all going to work is we're going to create a new integrated behavior, and we're going to say resource requested. Or should we call it minor fulfillment? Let's do that, because it's going to be fulfilling a request. And so the way this works is we're going to get a radio signal. We're going to get that radio signal. Oh, sorry, radio event. Hang on, what does this do? Receives and processes a message from the radio system. This instruction does not require a radio receiving component. That's interesting. I don't think I want that. So if we get a call on the mineable resource 1 band, then we want to check is same grid. We want to get the guy that's sending this. So we got to do that whole loop through signals thing again. Black. I really, really hate this method of doing this. If anybody else can figure out how to do this some other way, let me fucking know. I think we're going to need to get a self here. I don't know for sure if this one reads blank as self. It might read blank as blank. So self is going in there. If we're on the same grid, then we're going to send out a radio signal. If we're not on the same grid, then I feel like we should break out. Right? Because we could keep looping, I guess. But we don't want to accidentally use an old signal. Of course, we don't want old signal. God, this sucks. This is a shit way. This is a shit way to figure out who sent you a signal or a radio event. I don't understand. I need to figure it out. Especially, so if there was a way for this unit to change the signal on the unit that it identified as the one that sent it the radio event, then that'd be fine. But I can't do that. So I have to trigger something on the other unit to then tell it to cancel its own signal in order for me to find it. So it's got to set the signal so I can find it. And then when I find it, I have to tell it to turn the signal off. So if for any reason I just need to find it. Hey, what's up, droid? Sorry. I'm I missed you there for a minute. But yeah, I kind of figured out how arrays work. There's this fun little show memory viewer thing down here. So if we go to my worker that actually had the array on it, we can see. So it's hey, what's up, Master of Light? So it's a grid system, right? You get your ID, which is here, and then you get your numerical index value. And any ID that you put just extends this. So you're basically going to the ID and the number, and whatever value is in that cross section is the value that you're looking for that index. And so I might have something else down here, like this could be enemies. And if you have enemy and 5, then you get whatever's there. Yeah, it's actually really powerful. So you can also set it up where you keep the memory arrays until you change which behavior you're running. You can still change the behavior itself, but if you swap to a different behavior, then the arrays can go away. And so because I have this on a behavior controller, this item is actually holding the array. And so if I transfer this item to another unit, the array goes with it, which is fucking cool, in my opinion. Bought some games from the Steam sale. Nice. What'd you get? Get anything cool? Final Fantasy 15, FF Type 0, and Dragon's Quest 11. Damn. I didn't know there was an 11. I think the last one I got was 10. There are no subscriber emotes to unlock. I try really hard not to incentivize people to subscribe to the channel. And I put all of my emotes just on the follow tier. I don't want people to have to subscribe to get access to my emotes. The Final Fantasy Souls-like game. That's interesting. Man, I am not happy about this. I just thought of another idea. What if instead of sending out a radio signal, since we're using gatherers on this same grid, what if we don't do this? What if instead we use set component remotely and we set the transmitter of this gatherer remotely from the storage that's asking for the resource. That'd be interesting. So that way you just only have to loop through certain types of units. And then if there are none, RuneScape got rid of the daily rewards. I mean, RuneScape was doing a bunch of really great stuff. And I think getting rid of Dailyscape is a good thing. I think getting rid of daily rewards is a good thing because it creates this weird pressure to play. But they took away a bunch of people's grandfathered rates and just totally blindsided people with that monetization change. And so they could do all the good things in the entire world until they restore those rates to people. I just don't fucking care. You could make the best game in the history of games, but if you're gonna fuck around with people's payments and stuff like that, then eat a bag of dicks. Totally unacceptable. What's weird to me is the people who are in charge, who make those types of decisions, are the kind of people who would get upset about specifically that kind of thing, right? The finance bros, the private equity people, right? They're all about, loyalty to brands and, I've put X amount of money into this thing, and so I deserve some sort of special treatment from, the restaurant that I go to all the time, or, the bank that I use for all of my stuff or whatever, right? Like that's their whole fucking modus operandi is money talks. And then they turned around and took all of their most loyal players and were like, oh, by the way, fuck your money and your loyalty. And that doesn't even make sense to me, right? Like I don't expect them to make good gamer decisions because they're not gamers, right? They're private equity, they're business bros. And so they're not going to make good gamer decisions because they don't even know what the fuck video games are. And so that's fine. But you didn't even make a good decision based on the bullshit code that you claim to follow. So the whole thing is just beyond reason to me. Like, how is your head that far up your own ass? I don't even understand. They changed the rules. So there's this thing that's been going on for a really long time where pretty much every time they raise the cost of the monthly subscription, they grandfather anybody who has had the subscription previously who maintains that description going forward. So, like if you had a $5 subscription rate 20 years ago and you never ever let that rate lapse for 20 years, then you were still paying $5 a month. But there were some other options of subscriptions that you could get, like a year-long Premier subscription that didn't use your grandfathered rate. It used a reduction to the existing rate. But it also came with some other benefits. So there were people out there who were paying yearly rates to get these other benefits from this other package, but they were always told if at any point you go back to a month to month, then your grandfathered rate will be preserved. What happened was with the most recent increase to price. They said, okay, if you're currently paying for the yearly package, your grandfather rate is being suspended. And they didn't give any time for people to switch over to a month to month to preserve their grandfathered rate or anything. They just did it. So if you had been paying for that premier package, you just lost your grandfathered rate and you can't ever go back. And the big problem is that the premier package had just lost most of its benefits because they were removing a lot of the things that the premier package had given, and they were going to be just incorporating them into the game. So basically, there was going to be no more reason for those people to maintain that premier yearly package because they weren't getting anything more from it. So they were all going to be switching back to their month to month the next time they needed to re-up, because why wouldn't you, if you weren't getting any additional perks, go back to that cheaper price? And so they made the decision to just kill all those grandfathered rates without any heads up, without any opportunity to switch your package, without notifying anybody. They just dropped it, boom, and said, hey, go fuck yourself. And so all those people who have been maintaining a membership for decades, it's like $15 now. But if you count, and Master of Light is probably a good example of this, you've been keeping your membership for, like 20 years now, is what it looks like. So how many months have you purchased a membership over the course of that 20 months or that 20 years and not played that month, right? You've put a ton of money into the game during times where you probably weren't still playing, because maintaining that $5 a month rate was worth it if you knew eventually you were going to be coming back. And so you've had extremely, extremely loyal customers who have paid extra money over the course of all of that time to maintain that rate and to keep supporting the game that they know they're going to come back to, right? They're not like, oh, this game is trash, I'm never going to play it again. They're like, hey, I'm a little burned out right now, I'm going to take a break, but I'll keep paying my $5 or my $10 or my $12 or whatever price they had. And they just keep doing that. I'll take like a year off or so and then come back. Yeah. And so you pay $60 over the course of that year without even playing. So that's just so much extra income they've gotten over time because of these grandfathered rates. And then to just shit on those people, it's completely unacceptable. And so, I was really hyped for the Haven Heights launch, and I really wanted to play that. But there has to be a line, right? There has to be a point where, as an individual, I have to say, that's an unacceptable thing to do. And I'm not going to play your game unless you fix it. Because I can't support, right? Like that's a personal decision. Everybody's got to make the decision for themselves where that line is. But that's the line for me. If you're going to shit on your most loyal customers, then I'm done. Hey, what's up, Deep? How are you today? In the last decade, $5 for a membership is nothing compared to how much you paid now. Yeah, I agree. But again, it's about, no MMO captures your attention all the time. And so maintaining that subscription has meant that you are paying more than you probably would if you were just only subscribing when you were actively doing membership things. $60 a year is, even at $15 a month, 4 months of subscription. So you have to get 4 good months of playtime, even at a $5 a month subscription, if you're maintaining it for those grandfathered rates. So, yeah, sure. Technically, it's cheaper every month. but maintaining the rate was better for their bottom line than taking those rates away. It was just an absolutely fucking clown fiesta of a decision to make to take those rates away from people. It's been a while since I've been this mad. But that's fine. I don't think that they will ever return those rates to people. Um, and I don't think, a lot of people also lost banked subscription time because they had been like buying Premiere and buying promotions and stuff like that. And so their subscription time was like massive. And because of some of the changes that were made, people were also losing some of that banked subscription time. So people lost like years of paid subscription off of their accounts because they were part of, different promotions and stuff. And so I don't think they're going to be returning any of that time either. And I mean, that's just straight up theft. So I won't ever be playing RuneScape again. Because that's where I draw the line. Instead, we're going to play by Programming RTS. Yeah, I've never played WoW. But I'm glad you're enjoying it. I think they did something totally different. Oh yeah, what's that? I mean, so I have the same opinion of Blizzard that I have of Jagex at this point. And it's that the developers who work at Blizzard, the people who make the game, are a solid set of developers, right? WoW has stood the test of time for a reason. And it's because the people who build that game, who make those experiences, are doing a really good job. Do they make some mistakes sometimes? Absolutely. Have some of the expansion packs been pretty garbage? Absolutely. But over the course of 20 plus years, that's going to happen. But the same problem exists there as exists with Jagex, is the people making the money decisions are just absolute trash cans of individuals. And they just make the worst consumer based decisions ever for the sake of making more money because they suck. It's honestly, it's a huge problem with MMOs in general or any live service game. Live service as a concept isn't that bad until you realize that that constant monetization availability draws in a really bad investment element that just wants to latch on to that, that constant influx of profits and just suckle at that profit teat. Especially with established games. You can see a track record of consistent gains. And so it's really easy if you have, a shitload of money to go in and attach yourself to one of these proven games, have absolutely no risk because you're buying a product that has stood the test of time already, and then start siphoning profits off of that established, well-regarded product. It's all just a big joke. But what are we doing here? Okay. So the goal here is that we're going to take these buildings. So let's build ourselves another storage. We're going to use this storage to create our logic here. And so the logic of this storage block is going to be to check itself to see if it has inventory spaces open, and then to call for a miner to go and gather the resource that it needs. And then the miner will call to my little map here. And my map will identify the nearest resource node that has at least 10K of the resource that it's looking for, and then send it to go mine that. So our storage unit is going to need a new behavior. And that behavior is going to be called request resource. Okay. So first thing we need to do, how much is the game I'm playing? I think it's $30, if I'm not mistaken. There's actually a really interesting thing. So this game is really cool. I'm actually really excited about it. Because it's a regular, like, Factorio RTS kind of a game, right? So you build very much like you do in Factorio. You mine resources, you build up this base, you try and optimize your routes and all that stuff. And it's got a lot of things that you can use to do that don't require you to go into this programming screen that you keep seeing me in, right? You don't ever have to come into this screen if you don't want. And you can manually move all your dudes around, and you can just use these visual registers here, and you can connect them to different things and create, little behavior loops. And you can do all of that stuff just fine. Or you can go in and use their visual scripting language to do even more. And so I'm trying to automate the entire game. So the session that I'm on right now is a dedicated session. I'm actually hosting this on my laptop, and it has like hosting dedicated server code. So instead of having to do like I did with Roamstead, where I just leave the game open, I'm just running the server, and it's super lightweight that way. And so what I'm trying to do is I'm actually trying to build a team of people who want to come and help me do all this automation stuff, because up to 16 people can be in here working on this same faction at a time. And so if we could get 16 people who wanted to work on setting up the automation to automate the entire game, then I want to go PvP other automated networks and like go and host another server or something and then go have a PvP session. And you could have a PvP session with up to 16 other teams, because they would only need one person to be able to log in and load up all their behaviors and then trigger the start, and then just all of the teams start fighting. And it would just be this automated AI thing. Because a lot of the automation touches on a lot of sort of classic robotics problems. For example, like scouting the world. You want to be able to go out here and like explore this world automatically. And so you want to do that in some sort of a grid pattern. And you don't just want to be doing it randomly. So there's lots of little code efficiencies for doing things like that that have been a part of robotics and computer science for a really long time, but haven't really ever made their way into mainstream gaming. Because even though we follow some of those patterns manually sometimes, because we're not directly programming them in, I don't even think we notice that we're doing it sometimes. So it's super interesting. And I've been having a lot of fun. It's very hard, and it makes my head hurt, but I'm enjoying the shit out of it. I've been trying to get other people on the Discord to also want to make like a little automation league. So far, I'm not getting too much interest, but I think as I start building up the automation on here, um, and make a couple of videos showing like, hey, this is what I'm talking about. This is what we could be doing. I think eventually people will start being like, oh, okay, let's maybe do this. But okay, so we're going to come in here. And what we need to do is we need to go through the inventory. Loop inventory slots. And then we want to see if it's empty. So we're looping the inventory slots. We're checking to see if the value of the inventory slot is empty. If the value of the inventory slot is empty, then we want to call Hmm. I don't think... Okay, well, let's go look at the inventory. Let's see about inventory total. What does this mean? Returns the total contained in inventory. And you can check a different unit. Returns the total number of a specific item, but it doesn't ask for the item. It just returns a result. So that doesn't make any sense. Just joined the Discord. I like the idea of fully automated factories. Yeah, so they've got a lot of cool stuff. And people in the Discord are pretty cool. But you can not only make behavior trees and stuff, you can also make blueprints for structures, but you can also make blueprints for multiple structures. So if you build it and then you highlight it, and then you hit C to copy, and then you go down here to your library and you paste it, then you can create a new multi-building blueprint. And so all of these buildings are individual building blueprints, and you can set them up where they're already going to be making a certain resource. You can set them up where they're already got certain things in their sockets. You can set all this stuff up sort of automatically. And so you can just plunk this bad boy down. You could set it up with an integrated behavior. You could set it up with extra behavior modules, behavior controllers. So you could have it running multiple behaviors right out of the gate. So there's just a ton of cool shit that you can do to set these things up. And so once you start understanding, what little micro factories you might need and how you might want to set them up to be the most efficient, then you just save that, and then you come up with some logic that says, okay, what do I need? Or what reasons might I have for wanting to create this particular little micro thing? And then, you feed that into a decision-making behavior tree somewhere. And then when you reach those requirements, then you make that factory. Eventually, those behavior decision trees are going to get really complex. And so I'm trying to make it as modular as possible. So instead of having like one big sprawling faction that's just doing all kinds of stuff all over the map, I would prefer to instead create lots of little bases that are really, really self-sustained, that can call out to other bases if they need help with something, like they get attacked or something. But I don't want too much of the logic and too much of the decision making to be faction-wide. I want it to be as local as possible. And then faction-wide, I just want to say, like, okay, we've got enough resources. We can just go plunk down another base. So let's just go plunk down another base. And then let that go do that. And then give each base its own, like, area of responsibility. The only thing I want to sort of be global is the map. And that's something we've got already kind of going. We've got a map for resource nodes that have more than 10,000 resources. So this is the type of resource and its coordinate location for every resource that my scout has found that has more than 10,000 resources in it. And so now, as I create this logic for these miners, eventually the miner that is going to fill this storage's request is going to call over to this worker who's got the map, and it's going to be like, hey, find the best, the resource closest to me that has more than 10,000 resources. And then this worker is going to spit back to that engineer that's going to say, oh, here's the coordinate location. And then it's going to go mine that. And then this engineer will call like its buddies, because I'll make them in little units where there's like 10 engineers. And so this one will be like the leader. And when he gets that data, he'll just propagate that data out to the rest of them, and they'll all go mine, and then they'll all go come back and drop off at the storage here. Yeah, exactly, droid. Just a little branching, sprawling, crawling, like a virus, actually. I want to be a virus. But yeah, I mean, anybody who wants to come and help me program all this stuff, you are welcome. Just let me know, and we'll link up on Discord. And I've already got um a Discord server set up for us to like keep our programs, because you can copy paste the programs, and they get like a little random identifier code. So we'll keep all our stuff in there in case something happens. We have backups. And so that's already set up. And then I've got the dedicated server that I'm running. And I'll just leave that up all the time. And we'll just use a 2-person authentication. So if you write a program, right, you leave it in the needs review, and then somebody will review it. And then if 2 people say, yeah, that absolutely works, then we put it into production. And then we're good to go. But let's see. So what is this dude doing? So he's checking his inventories for totals. That doesn't really make sense to me. I'm going to need to see. We're just going to output that result right here. And we're going to put some resources and stuff in there and just kind of see what happens. So visual has nothing right now. So let's go over here. Let's just grab 20 of these and put them in there and see. Okay. So now it's saying it has oh, there it is, 20. Okay. What is this dude running? Oh, this is the memory array. So there's some examples that I didn't even know about. So if you're just getting started with this game and you need some examples, you can actually go in here and look at these, and then you can go ahead and put the code on your existing behavior and kind of work with it. But yeah. So that's how I figured out there was a memory example. And I actually added a little bit to the memory example so that it would spit out some different stuff and change how the arrays work. And that helped me figure out a lot. Because this right here is just showing a visual representation of the arrays. So this is the array ID. This is the value that's in the array. And this is the index. So you see it's crystal 1 or metal 1, crystal 1, metal 2. And the value in each of those spots is different. And so if we look in that, whoops, wrong one. If we look inside of that dude and we look at the memory array, you see we've got 2 IDs going across that same 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, whatever. So at crystal 1, you've got circuit boards, but at metal 1, you've got metal bars. And it's just running through a script right now that is eventually removing the metal 2 value, which is why you see periodically this value removes. And then it's also periodically removing the crystal value. Or it's resetting, sorry. Because right now it's set to totally reset when it goes back. Yeah, clear arrays when the behavior restarts. So the array creates and then goes through all these looping actions. And then when it goes back, it resets. And then it creates again. Yeah, absolutely. What's your, or I can just give you mine. Okay, so it's just Survival Hermit. I think I have it set up. If you're in the Desynced, then you should be able to invite me as a friend on Discord. And it's just Survival Hermit is my ID. No capitals. And then I'll invite you. There it is. All right. Let me get you. Dedicated server IP and password. And then I'm going to have to open up the port forward real quick. Yeah, so I just sent you the server IP and the password. Give me just 1 second. I've got the port forward closed off because nobody else was using it up to this point. But I will go update the port forwarding so that you can access it. And then I'll stop turning it off at night. Boop, boop. Apply. Okay. You should be good. Let me know if you have any problems. Yeah, I also don't have any experience really droid. Like I've messed around with Unreal Engine on my own time, but I don't have like any formal programming training. And I've never like published anything or anything like that. So I just kind of dink around with stuff. So it's going to be a slow process to get the whole game automated, but it should be fun. Since I'm now going to have somebody else potentially in here, let's clean this stuff up a little bit. Let's create a new folder. Let's call this the production folder. And then let's create another new folder, and this will be Hermit work in progress. Whoops. Most of these needs reviews, whoops, are also not really done. In fact, none of this is actually really done. checking Discord. Well, yes, it is. So what you need is the server IP? Try deleting the .2 off the end of it. Maybe that'll work. Oh, okay. Well, as you can see, I do this all the time. Let me tell you. Okay. Let me ask the Google machine. Hosting. Dedicated server. Where find IP? I sent you another way to try and do it. I've tried to use that way before, and it didn't work. But maybe it will for you? Okay. Fuck. Whoops. Okay. Let's go try this other thing. All right, try that. Yeah, when I punched in ipconfig, it just gave me... Nice. It just gave me my local stuff, not my public stuff. But it looks like we're good now. I just saw on the thing that it said you connected. Nice. Grab one of the units and move it around. I want to see it move, because that's cool. The fact that we... Nice. The fact that we have control over the same set of units at the same time. I wonder what happens if I try to move that same unit. Try and fight me and move this unit somewhere. Ah. Ah, that's so fun. Okay. That is the best. Now let's go back over to the library here. And let's keep putting all this stuff in my work in progress. Because that's kind of where everything needs to be. And I'll clean up my work in progress later. Needs review needs to have an empty behavior in it so that it stays open. And then we'll put production in here. And we'll create an empty behavior. Nice. And then you can make yourself a folder in there that has your work in progress stuff. And then if you complete something, then put it in the needs review folder. And then me, or if we get some more people, we'll go look at it. And we'll do, like a 2-factor authenticate to make sure that everything we push into production is working. And then we'll have our production folder, will be just everything we keep for sure. And now my mute button's broken. Oh. Yeah, so if you just want to make yourself a folder that says, whatever name you want to be and work in progress, then you can work out of that folder. And then if you finish something, put it in the needs review. And then me or somebody else, if we get more people, will be able to go in there and look at it. And then if we get 2 people authenticating that it is good and works, then we'll push it into production. And then the production folder will be all the info or all the behaviors that we keep to use later when we compete with people. And then I've kind of got the same thing set up in the Discord. It's whatever. The other thing, so it's pretty hard to know what to automate if you don't know what comes up in the game. So I've gotten us to the point where we have all of the basic tier of research so that we can use, so that we know like what are we going to have available in sort of the early stage of the game. But we can go ahead and progress beyond that. If you'd like to do that, that's fine too. And then also you can make additional factions. So if you want to switch faction or create a new faction and just try something straight from the beginning, then you can do that as well. So if you want to like test out a script that looks for a good base location, then you can just make a new faction and do that. You can't really carry the scripts with you. So you do have to like copy the script and then paste it into that new faction. But dope. Okay. So this little storage duder, when he plays, puts on visual a number. And so now let's take this shield generator and put it in there and see if he goes to 21. Oh, the shield generator went into the wrong spot. Okay, it does. So that's interesting. We can also check max, right? Get max stack of an item. So when we make these, the best thing to do is probably going to be to lock all of their slots to a specific resource. Right? Because if we always have the same resource going in, it's hilarious to me. that you can put shields on this stuff, on your buildings and stuff. That's so awesome. God, I love this game. It's so creative. As an RTS, it's especially creative. I think a lot of people are just kind of playing it as a factory game because the bugs aren't all that interesting to fight until I think really late. And so a lot of people just kind of play it like Factorio. But the combat aspects of this game, because of all the modularity and all the socketing and the behavior trees and all that, is really, really advanced. Because you also don't have to completely automate combat if you don't want to, right? You could automate targeting or something like that so that your AI is always fighting the right unit. And, you know, going through and like looking at what components different units have equipped or in their inventories or all kinds of different stuff like that. And so you could just go over and like identify all of these things about your opponent and then make a decision about targeting based on that. And then you just micro control like where your units are going. And so you could just be controlling their movement and let a behavior controller be controlling targeting and you know, sharing that target so everybody kind of attacks the same thing, and all that stuff can just be happening without your input, which I think is dope. Now, I personally want to automate everything, but okay. So if I've got an inventory total in here, I don't want to hard code it though. So what I want to do is I want to look in an inventory slot. Okay, so we've got count slots, returns the number of slots in this unit of the given type. So we want all storage slots of this unit. And then we want to multiply that by max count. Get max stack of whatever the item is in slot 1. Get inventory item. Okay. So we're going to inventory check the first spot here. Index 1, the item is that. We're going to put that item in there. We're going to check its max stack. We're going to get the number of stacks. We're going to multiply. And then we're going to compare that result to inventory total. If equal, we will restart the behavior. If smaller, we will trigger a request. Hang on. We want shit. Which value? We want to compare the total. Okay. Yeah, so we want to compare the total to the possible. If the total is smaller than the possible, do things. If equal or larger, which larger will never happen, then reset. Okay. Now, one thing we do need is we will need a transmitter. No, we don't. We just need to look around. So the name of the game, droid, is flexibility. The most important thing is all the programs that we write need to be able to make decisions and to work no matter what the environment is. So hard coding things is going to be a bad idea. So like if you're trying to get something to mine a resource, you don't want to select a specific resource at a coordinate location on this map. Because if you do that, then if that coordinate location doesn't hold the resource on the other map, then it breaks. So it has to be able to identify a resource and then take in that resource's coordinates and then go mine it. But that modularity and flexibility is going to be super important. Okay. So when we do this, we want to loop units in this visual range. My visual range should only be 10, I think. And what we're looking for is owned units that have... Yeesh. If we put minor on here... Because these filters are... They're not either ors. You have to have all of them. Well, just to get it to see if it's working, let's just pick engineer. And then we can come back and figure out how to do other stuff later. So we want to grab an engineer. Once we get that engineer, we break out of the loop because we only need one, because that one is ultimately going to call everything else. So now we have our unit, and we are going to tell that unit that we need a resource. So we need to change that unit's parameters. So we need to remote set component. So it needs to be an engineer with a transmitter. So, well, engineer is good. Because it has to have a transmitter to be controlled. And then we're going to set the transmitter's first value to set the transmitter's first value to can loot 1. And then we're going to set its second value to the resource it wants. So how do we decide? I'm going to hard code this right now. We're going to have to change this because material or metal deposit is different from what this is asking. So I might have to set a register or something based on the resource this is going to be picking up. That's probably what we'll have to do. We'll set a parameter and then we'll pick, and this parameter will just live here. And then anytime it needs to make a call, it'll pull that parameter. So it's going to set that unit to trigger that call. And when that call goes down, our worker, who is our map, will pick that up. It'll match okay, so we need to set our signal when we set that change, because it's going to identify the worker unit based on its signal. So when we go in to our engineer here and we take a look at him, can we work a parameter event here? No. I'd really like this to be an event. We can set it up where when this thing is made, this external value could get linked to the parameter, and then we could use that. And I'm pretty sure that that can be done as a blueprint. And if that's the case, then we'd probably be okay. Nope. Doesn't look like that's possible. Oh, that's an integrated. Oh, here we go. We would need to set the behavior. There we go. And then we have this value, and then we know we're going to be getting a radio transmitter, and we can connect those as part of the blueprint. Okay. So because we can do that, we're probably okay to set this up like this. And then we go in and we get a parameter event. So as soon as this parameter is changed, we'll start triggering things. Number one, we need to set our signal We don't just want to tie signal. Well, we can just tie signal to this. We kind of only, well, it only does trigger. And then we'll just have to turn it off. And it's actually getting turned off by this, isn't it? Because the signal yeah, once we find it, we set it to null values. Go. Okay, perfect. So when it sets that remotely, it'll also want to set its own signal. I can't set that to signal. Well, that's not happy. Can I set it to parameter 1? Can I just connect parameter 1 to it? I mean, I guess I can. That's not really what I want to do. I'll be right back. I could use the restroom. So a big part of the difficulty that I'm having is that I have to find the units that are telling me things pretty much all the time. And that's a huge pain in the dick. However, we are nicely working when we have a transmitter, because that transmitter can control P1, and then that parameter can control the signal. We could also just do it from here to here and just kill this. Oh no, I guess we can't. Or maybe I have to kill this first. Yeah, there we go. So I can't just let this go to both of these, right? So then whenever the transmitter changes back to null, then the signal is also null, which is nice. But when I'm not using something with a transmitter, then it becomes a little more of a problem. But we're working on our engineer right now. I want to see something. Here all links, set link. Oh, I didn't even realize you could do this. This is nice. Ooh, you can read from a faction register and set that somewhere. That's interesting. Okay, I see you, game. I see you, game. Okay, so we can link within ourselves in code if we need to, which is nice. Let's see here. How do we set this signal to the same thing that's being set on our parameters? Because we want to set this. So I guess we could link that? No, because that's not changing. So I guess we need to like set and remove. Hang on. I know what we need to do. So if equal, we set that parameter to nil. Set component. Value is nil. We want to set it to, no, see, it's saying read. I want to set the fucking register. Why is there no set register? I guess we can use set number. Can we set component that way? Hang on. No, this one's read. Compare register, combine register, produce registered output. There's no parameter. There's parameter event, but you can't just change a parameter. Black. So I guess we can use set number to set this to a null value. No, because that's just the number or coordinate version. Can I clear a parameter? Clear link, clear all links, clear research. Can I do anything with variables? No. Okay, I just need to create a null value to set the parameter to. Can't be that hard. Can I just set a component? And then just, nope. Oh, because I need like some sort of a result to be what I add there. Oh, man. And then can I set this parameter value here? No. Why can't I do that? Why do you hate me? I mean, you would think that set component would be how you set a parameter. Like, that only really makes sense. But this is read, even when you go to. And it's obviously pulling down. And actually, I won't even need this. If I could just set this to signal, that would be enough. So let's just see if we can do that. We don't need remote. Let's just pick a value here and try and set it to the signal, even though this looks backwards. Maybe it works. Nope. Does not work. The fact that I can't set a parameter to anything is insane to me. Oh, hang on. This is where I'm mixed up. You can set it. You just have to hit integrated behavior controller and hit the index to 1. That's how you set those values. I'm so fucking smart. Set to component, internal bullshit with a +1. We set that value. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-dow. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-da-da-ba-bow. We set that to the type. There we go. Booyah. Now when we save that, we go out here, we link these two bad boys up. Hell yeah. And now it's just calling for resources. Dope. So now when we come over here, our program tells us, hold up. This is supposed to be getting set, isn't it? Because we're looping units. Oh, it's no longer in range. It's more than 10 squares away. Right? Or not. Ah, that's, no, it's an engineer. Let's take that off. So it should be looking for an engineer with a transmitter. Maybe that's not working. What if we take that off? Put that back. Fucking weird. Why are you not able to find this engineer? Let's go back to not using this break. And then let's see. Still not picking it up. Hanging around for the stream, but I have some work to do, stuff, so I will try Whiteboard some ideas I could work on for later. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, work on it as much or as little as you want, Droid. It's going to take months probably to get things really going here. So, I mean, I'll be spending a ton of time on it, but that's just because I'm streaming and stuff like that. So, whatever assistance you provide is great. I appreciate it. This is being stupid. Why, oh, why are you so stupid? Okay, so this is not identifying. It seems to be figuring out that it needs resources well enough. And then it's looping through units in range. And then it's filtering for engineers. And then it should be giving that unit, but it's not. So it must not be finding any engineers, which is weird. Are you finding a worker? Can you find worker? Why does this worker have this here? Well, I won't even be able to tell if it can find the worker, because I don't have any of the registers that it would want. So never mind. I just need you to find an engineer, dude. Don't make no sense. That you're unable to find this engineer. Does this need to be playing? No. This just stops working if I click play. I sit, I wonder why. Oh, why? What are you doing to me, game? What if we pump that shit up? Pump up the volume, pump up the volume. Oh, game. Why do you hate me? Oh, something got changed. Hang on. This is suddenly showing the can loot register. How did that happen? Oh, I understand. In order to remotely set... Oh, that sucks. You have to be right next to it. Fuck. So we are going to have to use transmitters. Okay, so a bunch of this logic on here is still going to work, but I am going to need some additional transmitters. And the way we're always going to link this is the transmitter's output value is always just going to get linked. Yeah. So that way, oh no, because setting the transmitter value, fuck, we can't do that remotely. So there's no one-to-one communication. Over long distances. Snap kabibbles. Snap kabibbles. So what I think I need to do here is I need to create a response channel. So that anytime you send out data, you also start listening to a specific radio channel. And then whenever somebody picks up, then you get a radio event that tells you to reset your transmitter data. So how do I set that up? Because I only want the person listening once they've sent a signal. So the way we do that, okay. So we don't need any of this right here. We're not looping nearby units. And we are setting this parameter to nothing if we fail or if it's equal. And this parameter What is this parameter connected to? This parameter is connected to my signal. But it's actually going to end up needing to be connected to my transmitter. So everything's getting a transmitter at this point. We're going to have a shitload of transmitters. But this is being connected here. And this is connecting here. I don't even know if I need this parameter anymore. I don't think I do. I don't think I'll need it on the engineer either. Okay, so when we identify that we need resources, now we send out a signal. So we're going to set our transmitter we're going to set the value to the fact that we need metal deposit. We're going to set that, whoops, wrong value. We're going to send this out. Over some sort of resource request. Let's just say resource. Resource 1. And we're going to set that to the first transmitter setting. And then we're going to paste that. And we're going to set transmitter setting 2 to the resource it needs. And then we're going to set, okay, we will need this parameter, but we don't want it linked here. Because this parameter instead is how we're going to create our callback system. So we're going to listen for, whoops, radio events. And then we're going to set a component. We're going to set integrated behavior 1. We're going to set that to the callback. So what should we list as our callback? Ooh, let's make it solved. All right. So we're going to set our parameter up here to that callback value. And then we're going to move that parameter down here. Oh, are you serious? You can't use a parameter? To decide the band? Oh, well, that sucks. Why? why is this such a pain in the ass? I just want to be able to reliably turn off. Yeah, have a good night there, droid. Thanks for hanging out. My goodness, why is this so hard? So fairly easy to get these components set, right? This is pretty basic logic. It'll just be looping this all the time. I could probably even simplify it a little bit by taking the result of this multiplication. Taking the result of this comparison and adding it to this parameter so that it only triggers when the comparison changes. But I think it's fine to loop through this last little bit here. I guess, so it is naturally turning itself off when we get to a point where we're full again. And if it's constantly sending out the same signal, I don't think the radio event, yeah, so it has to change its value to trigger. Which is why we keep setting the band to 0 before we set the transmission to 0. Also, I don't think a null value actually counts as a change. So I guess eventually this will work because we're not changing it. But if we had multiple, we need to like stop listening. Ooh, that's what we do. So on the engineer, what we'll need to do, we actually, I think, can take this off. So on the engineer, when we get a radio signal, we can't stop listening because you can't change the band. I guess if you were using a receiver, you could. Is that accurate? Let's see. So if you have a radar receiver, it also has a band, and you can absolutely connect that to a parameter. This is awful, though. And the reason this is awful is taking up 2 internal slots is bad. I suppose we would also need to fill up the internal slot here. So we couldn't like add storage or anything, which is kind of meh. But I think it might be worth it. I mean, these things aren't terribly expensive. Okay, they're a little expensive. But this automation is pretty good. And so when we go in here, we can set, and I don't even think we need the parameter still. We can just set this component. So kill the parameter. So we're listening for a radio event. Nope. So we do need a parameter event because we need that connected to it so that when we're listening on the needs resources, it triggers our parameter. And as soon as we get that, we actually need to set our parameter no, we need to set null to the radio. Right? And then we can just copy that and set this other one also to null. And so now, every time we get a message, we instantly turn off listening until we do all the things that we need to do. So that way we can't get bounced around. You have a global faction radio. Are you talking about the faction registers? So I've been having a little trouble um, with figuring out like how to set these and stuff. Because you have to set them using radio transmitters, right? Because they're just listening to radio waves. So it feels like an extra step to me that I don't actually need. But I literally just started playing this game a couple of days ago. So I don't really understand the faction registers very well. I've tried to use them a couple of times and they're really hard to like set and get and use in any way. The thing that's probably causing me the most problem is there's no backtrace. So when I read events from other locations, right? Like this transmits out a radio signal and then this person picks it up. The fact that I can't just backtrace back to the structure that sent the signal is pretty uncomfortable. If I could do that, my life would be pristine right now. Let's see here. So we turn this off and then we're going to go do some gathering. The problem is recognizing when to turn it back on. Because eventually we want to set these back up to listen on that band again in case I need to go get some more resources. So we're going to get this parameter event. It's going to change our parameter to the value that we want. So I need to, before I set these components to stop listening, I need to get this parameter value. which I get from the component. So from this component, which is the receiver, number 2, I want to get my value and put it in a variable. And then I want to set those components to these other values. And this gives me the resource I'm looking for. Then I want to loop units within my range. We'll call it 20, whatever. And I want to see if there's signals. How did I do this before? Did I even do this properly before? Possible I didn't. Nope, definitely didn't. What in the fuck is this? Oh, this is the scout. That's not the right. I was looping signals, not looping units. That's why that looked weird. So we're going to loop all signals. We're looking for this signal. We want a match. We want that unit. And then we want to check if that unit is on the same grid. Actually, there we go. We want to check if that unit is on the same grid as us. If it is, we want to break out of the loop. If it's not, then we want to go back and look for a signal that is on there. If we find a resource container that is in our network, then that means we need to send out a signal. So set our transmitter set our first transmitter to the can loot And then we'll set the next component, which is number 2 here. We'll set that to this value. Because that's what we're looting. And that's going to get picked up by our other. So here's the problem. If we set this up this way, this is great. But if I set parameter 1, we go back to this. So I might need to link and unlink. And then do a whole other parameter event for parameter 2. So if we get to this point where we're sending out this signal, then we also have to clear the parameter 1 link to our receiver, and then create a link to the receiver with parameter 2. And then we run a parameter 2. Event. This is going to get convoluted as hell. We want a clear link from P1 to receiver 2. And then we want to create a link. Nope, this is the wrong way. From receiver 2 to P1. And then we need from receiver 2 to P2. And this doesn't go here. This goes on the done. Right? Because if we're on the same grid, we break. If we're not, we find. Yep, that's right. Okay. Gravy. So that sets us up. So we're listening on the P1, right? That's where we're set up at. And that's like the default situation. We are going to need to create some logic as a safety net that this is going to loop through. Like, there's got to be like a stall or something like that. Let's see. Let's look in here. Is there any idle? Here we go. We might have to use this idle thing on ourselves. Like if we're idle. Is there like a check idle thing? Nope. Is there a status? Nope. Oh, there's a distance. Yo, that's important. That's real important. We're going to be using that in just a second. All right, so we send that out. Holy crap, this is convoluted. Okay, so we send that data out and we say, we are going to loot this resource. And when we say that we're going to loot that resource, our map is going to take over. So when it gets information on that can loot band, which is the resource it wants to loot, this doesn't work. Get rid of that. It loops until it finds a unit with that same signal. And when it finds a unit with that same signal, it should break, right? Because it doesn't matter which unit it is. So as soon as it finds it, now it's going to loop through its memory. And it's going to repair, or it's going to compare the values in its registry to the value we got here. And if they're equal, it's going to see the distance. Now, will distance work between two units? Or is it just the distance? Okay. So that's unfortunately not actually going to work. Oh, nope. It will work. Okay. So we get the distance. This is actually a real nice node right here. This is going to make this work real good. So if they're looking for the same resource, then we're going to get the distance between the unit and the value. We're going to output that distance. All of this has to go. Bye-bye. Okay, so what we want to do here is if we have something looking for the same stuff that we have, then we're going to go ahead and put in here that this is the best place to go. But we want to compare the distance. So we need a parameter. And then we're going to compare numbers. So we're going to compare the new value and this parameter. If they're equal or larger, okay, so we're comparing this value to this lower value. So I don't, where to continue, the value to check with, the value to check against. Where to continue if the value is larger than compare. Okay. So if value is larger than compare, so I actually think I want to switch these. So if value is larger than compare, we go back and we do nothing. But if value is smaller than compare, meaning it's closer, then we set number. To P1. And then we go back and we do all of that for all of those. So every time it finds one of these that's got the same resource that I'm looking for, then we compare the distance until we find the closest distance. And once we find the closest distance, then we're going to tell that unit to mine it. So we're going to send out, we're going to set our transmission component Dookie. Okay, so we're setting transmitter. We're clearing links. We also need to set the receiver to a different component or a different band. We're going to set it to a receiver band for the resource that we're going to be gathering. What should the here's your response? Like this is an answer to this thing. We'll just use the plateau. Plateau 1. We're going to set that value to the radio receiver first option. And then the second option is now linked to parameter 2, which will mean when I receive that data, parameter 2 will trigger, which will send me off to go gather. Now, I actually think that for the most part, these things might all be running properly. We are currently running this. We are currently not running this. So let's hit that. Hang on. Let's close that. So it has to change. There we go. In order for things to trigger. And now that they've triggered, God, that's complicated. It's almost too much to keep track of. We're going to have to write a lot of cleanup stuff. Goodness gracious. I am getting my butt kicked. We went through some things properly. It ended up going to the output here. It was supposed to register that output as a signal. We're clearing links from the receiver. So it wasn't inputting the right value here. It must be, so since I'm setting the receiver component to null values, it must not be setting the transmitter component properly. It must still be affecting that variable after. So what we're probably going to have to go in and do is instead of setting these components to null here, we might want to move them. Oh shit. So let's try moving this straight to here. And let's try breaking this. So we're setting these components to these values. We're clearing these links. And since we're clearing these links, we can go ahead and set these components as well. Okay, motherfucker. Hopefully, that solves my little problem. We get rid of that, it sets up again. Doesn't look like it is. Life is so hard. Because it's not swapping over to parameter 2 either. Holy shitballs, dude. I don't even know what to think here. It's insane to me that all this effort is going into just getting this dude to mine the nearest resource based on a trigger from this thing. Like, this is a lot of bullshit to make that happen. But it's important because, so the flexibility of this is going to be the big deal. Because what it's going to do is it's going to send out those signals. It's going to allow me to identify who it is that's sending that signal. And then I can determine proximity based on that. And then if I'm close enough, right, like I'm on the same grid, then I can say, okay, great. This engineer is the person who needs to go do that gathering. And then I can break them away from listening to that particular radio signal and have them listening to something else. And then we're good. Am I maybe not transmitting on the right signal here? Oh, I'm not even transmitting here. That's funny. Let's see. So the value we want to set is going to be over here. We're going to set this value to this dude. And then we're going to copy paste that. And we're going to set this memory value to this dude. Okay, hopefully that gives us a little more here. Let's kill that. It comes right back. Oh, where's my transmitter? How can I transmit radio signals if I don't have a transmitter? Let's make a new transmitter. Goofy ass. Goofy ass. Now I need these silica things. How much silica do they cost too? Okay, we're gonna make it, I think, because we just need 5. Good deal. As we start getting this set up properly, where we have all of our little types of units and stuff in a good position, then that's going to mean that we're going to have the ability to start. Oh, that was just that dude moving around some stuff. I thought maybe that was Droid moving that guy. But it wasn't. Anyway, so as we get this all set up, then we can start making blueprints for these units so that they come, preloaded with certain behaviors. And once we can start doing that, then we can just churn out, replications of all this stuff. And then we just need to create logic that decides, what is the next thing we need to build. Do we need more gatherers? Do we need more fighters? Do we need more, what's the state of the game right now? And that'll be really important based on how long the game has been going, based on how much research and stuff we have. So we're really going to have to drill down into an algorithm that we can go through and make a bunch of small decisions based on the larger game state. So pulling in a bunch of data is going to be important. And logging that data is incredibly fucking difficult. But hey, we got our transmitter. Let's put it on our little duder here. And now we actually should be transmitting. So let's try this one more time. Okay. So it never gets through to there. It's listening for parameter 1. But it doesn't feel like it ever triggers. Let's close that again and check. Oh, because it's not listening on the right thing anymore. There it goes. Nice. Okay. So it is working. I just had it listening on the wrong one. And it never swapped to listening to parameter 2. Did it? So it needs to be listening on this one. And then it hears. Okay, literally just went through all the motion. Oh, this isn't. And this is 0. I thought can loot was supposed to be 1. It is supposed to be 1? So why is this on can loot 0? Is it set up? Yes. So it needs to go to can loot 1. And then it starts listening on this other one. So now if we go back to here, try that again. Okay, so it never switches that link to P2. So let's reverse these. And then we'll set the link. And then maybe that'll work. Whoops. Okay, so there's something going wrong with these links. Because it's just saying, staying, not saying, staying on the P1 link. And I need it to reset that link. It seems to be doing everything else. Except it doesn't have, hang on. Oh no, that's the listening value. So it is sending out the right value. And then it's switching to listening. And I think all of that is working. Yeah. Yeah, I do think all of that is working. And I think it's even getting a response back from the map. I guess we could maybe set this to the go-to just for a second and see. Yeah, it definitely had me going somewhere. It stopped after it went to null here. But it definitely had me going somewhere. That's interesting. I don't understand why I can't break these links and move them around, though. And I can't understand why this is going back to null. I think it might be sending the signal, and then by the time it gets its response, it's actually um wait, why is this being set? Hold on. This whole thing doesn't even need to exist. And then we can probably swap these. So as soon as it sends, it just immediately swaps to receiving something else. Okay. Let's try this dance again. Okay, it's not going there. Oh, because I didn't tell it to. Okay. I don't know if that's the closest one, but it did pick a pretty close one. I mean, if we go in here and we look, whoops, and we look at the memory, oh, hang on. What is this? Oh, never mind. Wrong spot. So it's finding, it's looping, it's comparing to see if they're equal. That seems to be working. It's comparing distances. If the distances are okay. I mean, the only thing I can think is that for some reason it doesn't have this or. So maybe if we turn our scout on and see if we can get that added. And then let's delete that. We'll get this guy back over here where he can listen in. And then we'll go ahead and swap him. Back to that right here. Nope. This scout should have established this as an option. And for some reason, it didn't. I don't know. What if we change this to crystal? Whoops. How is this picking this information up again? Okay. Well, so I'm having a little trouble getting the parameters to link and unlink. Actually, this needs to go here, not this. Having a lot of problems getting the parameters to link and unlink. But as soon as I can figure that out, we'll be good to go. Maybe I can't use a combination of like initial linking and program linking. I don't know. But we'll be working on it. But it seems to kind of be working. So the big deal here is that this worker is a map. And so as the scout runs around, this guy right here listens for the scout to send back on this band anytime it finds a resource with more than 10,000 resources. And when he does that, he adds it to this memory array. And so this is a map of all the really good resource locations so far that I've discovered. And so the important thing here is that this storage is able to tell all the engineers on the map, hey, I need resources. And then the engineer is able to say, okay, I'm close. I can go ahead and service that request. And then I call out to the map and I say, hey, I need to go mine this particular resource. I need you to find me a close location. And then it sends me back, hey, here's a location with more than 10,000 resources. And then my guy went right over to it. He didn't mine it because I didn't set it to his miner. But he did give me that response. Now, the problem is that right now, I'm not switching this connection to P2. Because if this doesn't switch to P2, then I can't create any logic that involves going out and mining that thing and doing that stuff. Which is not great for me. So as soon as I figure out how to make these links work and clear the link that exists when it comes to P2, it actually might be as simple as this. I don't think it is. I'm pretty sure that that's index 2 here. Yeah, it definitely is. But let's just try it. Let's just see what happens. Because sometimes stuff doesn't work the way you think it should. And if you don't at least give it a shot. This dude's playing. Oh, this dude's not playing. There we go. So let's clear this. And then we set it up again. So we hear it. And we set it up. Yeah, we're still not switching to P2. So we're getting our ore, right? We can set that to the go-to. And we'll go there. But we're not switching registers or parameters. Because if we switch parameter, then we can trigger another parameter event. And that's kind of a big deal. Do I maybe need to do this earlier? I wonder. Because as soon as this parameter comes in, no, we could do it at the beginning of this, right? Because I don't need these parameters anymore. I just need the parameters to trigger. But I don't want to delete them before I definitely am going to go do something. Let's put those in there. And then let's actually go back and change them to the way I think they're supposed to be, which is this right here. And then so I'm not understanding. Oh, parameter 1 is changing. And it's linked. So when I set it to a null value, it's actually changing. And so it's actually triggering some of this stuff. No, it's not. Why is this changing? Yeah, okay. It is doing that. I don't like this link thing. I don't understand what's going on. I need maybe to investigate. But as soon as we can get that worked out, then we can just get these dudes running around gathering. And that's really cool because it's super flexible, right? Every time we create a new structure that's storing a new material, then that structure can call out and get engineers to go get them stuff. And then as we start building big troops of engineers and other um, vehicles that go with them, that'll just be kind of tagging along. Like, that's all fine. So, yeah, I like this a lot. Like it a lot. So, again, it's a little shorter. This game is much more difficult on my brain than most of the games we play. So a little over 4 hours is about all the oomph I got. But we will be back tomorrow. I'll do a little more research on this linking thing, and we'll see if we can't get these gatherers to actually gather. And once we can do that, we can start looking into some of our early game manufacturing blueprints. We'll want to build like multiple things all at the same time. So we'll set up some blueprints for that. We'll start iterating through. So we'll need these things to like be on the grid and stuff and be buildable. So we'll have to be checking like arrays of coordinate locations. And so we'll be doing some basic offsets and stuff like that to make that happen. But yeah, I hope everybody enjoyed the game. I really hope that we get some more people wanting to participate in some Automation League stuff. I think that'll be a lot of fun. So, yeah, I hope you all have a great rest of your day, and I'll see you on the next one tomorrow.